Greetings.
Oh.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Oh. You.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters?
No. You.
I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me, gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality. where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end. Where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all readings are within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say.
Oh, damn.
Let the curtains fall upon this. The final chapter in the tale of the star.
Kinda hoping Thancred ain't dead.
Sea of stars. Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe. I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
I don't know, it looks pretty bad.
I live and breathe.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
How many quests do we have left?
Oh, let's turn in this one first.
Yep. Next one is Strange New World.
A strange new world. Let us see.
Unfortunately, this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid stale quality of the air.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12? Okay. Think we can do that?
But not tonight.
Alright. Well, we'll try to get as far as we can.
Yeah, it's gonna take like 5 hours because that's how long it took 5 quests the other time.
Yeah, but it also could be shorter. Either way, we'll get up tomorrow, we'll continue it, and hopefully finish it.
But we'll finish it tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. pink dye?
I'm going to the bathroom.
Purple.
Alright, I'm back. Let's, guess we should explore these new lands. We move forward.
Do you have a car?
Oh, yeah, I do. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Let me get that. Get in, baby.
Yeah.
Oh god, your head, like... Your hair blended in with, like, the rest of the car, so I thought you didn't come in yet. Well... This certainly is a place.
This sucks.
I've noticed that there... Oh, no, there are. Are you,
It was trying to get the free XP.
Oh, I know
Yeah,
what this
discovering
is.
stuff.
I think I know what this is.
But
I think this is where Midgard Stormer's from.
oh,
I mean, look, there's a dragon.
dragon. Now we go a bit forward.
Excuse me,
Darn it.
dragon, leave. Can you...
Cool.
Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Did I say anything to say?
Artifact.
And dark and mournful. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The design of the top surface is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Ah, dragons wandered in.
Ah, dragon.
I appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Get in the... Alright, no, let me get... Hold on. Damn you!
You have any idea how much experience you'd be worth
If I needed it?
if we weren't max level already? No, you just have to wander in and waste our time.
Alright, let me get the...
Probably set that card to your favorite for
I
a bit
did.
free.
Get it. Destinian, my boy. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship, all is surrounded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. When I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. In the car? Damn it, wrong car. This car?
Oh, you know, horsepower.
Shut up. It's dragon horsepower?
You don't even know if it's dragons. We just see dragons.
It's Kieran. Kieran is a dragon horse.
Oh. Know that.
The one I was riding? Were you able to find anything? Not really. As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Yes. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. That dragon! I was a 2 when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. What?
Oh.
Hold on a minute.
Fucking weird.
The cat was like, looked like it was sliding her butt across my bed. Before you jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Yeah, Minnie, I know. I can't believe you had the audacity where I did. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. Considering we haven't seen that many different enemies, I'm not sure how much time we're going to be spending here. A word before we join the others. I got dragon!
Dragon.
This place is pretty big. There's 3 Aetherites. Let's just go then. I wonder if any of the post-game stuff will involve this.
Maybe.
Hold on, dragon! Alright, car. You see them too, don't you? The dragons? I fought a few, as I thought. Their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardsorm and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Am I right?
Oh.
Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetheris?
Oh, you were right.
Bah, better leave such conjecture to the others in any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? There's oh, sorry, I forgot about that. Keep forgetting. I'm so used to doing L2, L2, X. But now for the car, it's L2, L2 circle.
Oh.
That is one hell of an aetherite. Or lack of one, I'd say.
That's cool. Ooh. Oh, dragon ghosts.
They have names.
Dragon ghosts.
They have actual names. No, I'm saying that we can talk to them.
I said no. Also, dragon ghosts.
Yeah, they could just be white.
Dragons?
Yeah, they can
Here.
see these. Okay.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade.
What?
Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed.
First.
We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Thancred can't just be dead like that. I don't know. I'll get the Regal. Or either mine.
I was also to get the Regal die.
Get the Regal. Yeah, Regal looks good. Alright. Gonna attune to that Aetherite. Wait, no. We can take that quest first.
Unburden wings.
He's not lost to us. As sacrifice, he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let's not squander it and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteon. Estinian, Freya, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Perhaps, mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Notice these dragons are shadow and shade from a world whose is in sort of oblivion. As such, they're not like to be an animal to our company, let alone conversation, so please, be careful. Seloshk. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world, thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Yeah, I'm gonna
Fucked up, bruh.
Gonna grab the Aetherite before we talk to anymore.
I'm also gonna go do that, yes.
Weird liquid. Looks like oil. Home point.
Yes, said home point. The first time in ever, and said favorite destination. It'll be...
Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were
I love Paradise Lost.
We were a proud and noble race. Strength embodied, we knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them.
Robots.
Crushing defeats, never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only seek into oblivion. That was Omega. Whatever Omega was made from, them.
Oh.
Because I don't know if you remember, Omega brought Midgardsormr away from these lands. Midgardsormr came to this planet because of Omega.
Oh, right.
I think this one's dead.
He might just be sleepy.
Alright, hold on. Oh, he's moving.
Can't select him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's alive. Okay, he's sleeping.
Yeah. You.
Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I'll observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch and wait and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Am Noel, the cradled unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Alright, we're going north. Here, let me get that. I'll get the car.
Yeah, car.
Get in, whore, we're going shopping.
Oh, there it is.
This is a land of dragons.
Level cheater.
What are these fucking eggs? They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It was a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Aethris. Midgard Surma's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vritra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here.
Oh no, shattered egg.
Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. Ugh.
Ew.
Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it's failed to emerge. Jesus Christ.
Aww.
This is a T-rated game?
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Where's the other one? This one.
Over here.
Oh, I was
murky
looking at.
liquid has pooled inside the eggshell. The noxious fetor is indicative of contamination.
Oh.
It doesn't feel like a T-rated game anymore, to be honest. I don't think it felt like a T-rated game since fucking Heaven's Ward. All the eggs have been ruined. If the dragoness was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. We start with the cliff tops and I'll search the plains. Alright, honey. In the car.
In the car.
In the car, honey. There you go. Uh-oh. No, you go away.
Down freelance, down.
Oh, down? Huh.
Down.
Where do we... Oh.
Hello.
Huh. Oh my god, it's Steve Clymer. Kill the baby dragon.
No.
Baby wagon. Baby is dead.
Leave the dragon.
The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some eggs within Omnor are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild a futile effort. Impure soil replete with aether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerged as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are, many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. It is the curse of those who seek life to be drawn into conflict to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait! You claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star.
Couldn't he tell that, like, he has dragon in him?
What were you gonna say?
Couldn't he tell that, like, we have dragon in us?
The Reeve Dragon has fallen silent, leaving Athenian to sigh with frustration. They want only to brood in silence to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. A sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others would want to hear what we've learned. Come.
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 Test of will.
Oh wait, no, hold on. Gotta get the car, honey. Hold on. There we go.
We can teleport. Yeah, it's only 50. Yeah, screw it.
We can talk about things. So it seems like if we were there on those other stars, we would have stopped the conflict there as well.
Yes.
But we were not there.
Oh,
Oh, look at the map. This is an entire island.
Oh.
This is not one full land. This is going to be like Azaslaw, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Ah, mountain in the way.
No. Nothing.
And Midgard Stormer was the only one smart enough to get away from them.
Well,
the other ones tried.
It was the only one to survive, apparently.
Yeah. Went far enough to find a star that he actually saw. I was like, this is a good one. I'll stay here. I like this home. It's comfy. I'm sure this would be very interesting for Vritra to find. Or Tiamat. Able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons. Yeah, it's not great.
It fucking blows, man.
They wish to escape with what they perceive to be a psycho conflict. Conflict. Thank you, Freya, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there's nothing to be found.
Oh.
There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? No. I said that, but so I tried throwing a stone into a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this land, it vanished, only to reappear above me, and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside the space is as it appears. When I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the operators to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding data. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not sure what emotion might manifest a bridge that lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward.
Yeah, but no way home. Playing in theaters right now.
our present eye. If it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance.
Gasp.
A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. The reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife without irrefutable proof the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Maybe we just need to beat it out of them!
Eh.
Meteon meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She concluded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultimate Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again, in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. Twas Ultimate Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most, potent enough mayhap to dictate the course for others, and thus there remained to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, and mayhap one of you will fare better? Well, I am the main character. Then I shall guide thee. Al-En, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wouldst find them nearby, eyes fixed upon the water.
Oh, is that him right there?
Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Alright, everyone together. In the car.
He's right there, isn't he?
He is not. Check the map.
Oh.
Not that way. Ah.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melon.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Ah, Heaven's Ward music.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Oh.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict.
Conflict.
No. You must be willing to confront it. To stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Oh, looks like we're fighting.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Meteon?
Estinian!
Stay back. That bars our way. The rest is up to you.
What?
No! Not Estinian too!
Oh. Honey?
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Can't just do that to our boy.
Estinian, no.
Get him. Yeah, these quests have been going pretty quickly.
Yeah. I was about to say that, but I didn't want to ruin the mood.
Yeah. I'm honestly hoping they all come back once we're done with this, because you can't just take away Stinian like that.
No, Estinian.
And Thancred, obviously, but he had a whole arc. I think there's still more to Stinian. Alright.
Wind confluence.
Must this be the price paid for safe passage? If I'd known this place would claim Estinian too, No, it's what had to be done. As by the beating of mighty wings doth the wind blow, where dragons may ne'er touch again the sky, he in the shade he bore shall soar free. The wind has stayed the fog that covered this island, and the air, it no longer feels quite so stifling. Look there, the wind!
Oh, I know what this is. This is the apathy.
What?
It's also from Ruby.
Shut up.
Okay.
I don't even know how that comparison makes sense.
Well, apathy was the emotion they were experiencing.
Okay, so I was it. Destination. Yeah, we are. Okay. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting out, just like Thancred. Sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right.
The last dungeon's gonna be so long, I can feel it.
We'll see.
My bones, I can tell it's like a 30-minute dungeon.
Well, 80 minute?
A 30-minute.
30 minute? Maybe.
Roads paved. Sacrifice.
It's true, and like you said, we must continue.
I think that's supposed to be by sacrifice.
Notice the change in our surrounding? Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. To be prudent to learn more of it, then tread carefully lest we lose our footing in the sand. Oh. Okay, so it's gonna be like different worlds.
Yeah.
Interesting. Whose will it be, perhaps? Get in the car.
Pretty sure some of these worlds are some Midian talks about.
Yeah, I think so too. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in the surface to appear as an ordinary stone, a curious script hath been etched upon them. That is in all language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschewed the written word entirely. So we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Midan claims the dragons would suffer a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose is that is over there? I'm not sure, it's hard to make out the distance, but it certainly seems to be bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on! Who do you think is going to be taken next?
Right here?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
Honey.
Creative Business Unit 3B all like, no, we weren't gonna kill one person. We were gonna kill 5 people.
It's a literal ghost. It's a bit. Oh, I've seen this guy around.
Yeah, but maybe not in so cutesy a form. Oh,
Talking about.
that's what you meant. Yeah, this is like a. Yeah. Hey, old travelers, this is the most unexpected occurrence. Hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. Okay. When the vibration of low vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address by individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kofkudg.
I'm so confused.
Wasn't there people who decided to, like, try and go for immortality?
Yes.
I think this might be it.
Kofkud of the E.
It's Kofkud of the E. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium Aether, or Dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That's as well, but there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we EA are Aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of...
Can we study you?
EA Games challenge everything.
The number of queries.
Sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I've read 198,712,180,827.
Oh my god.
Don't have time for that. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I've omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for flesh. We have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course.
Oh. That's...
Though, need is perhaps too strong a word. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
That went from, like, 1 to 100 real quick.
Yeah. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. Freya, what the fuck? We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you may have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the E, where our traditions prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case, your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the E wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let's just be on our way.
Suddenly reminded of the suicidal muffin.
I'm just reminded of Nier.
But these guys are shades?
Yeah, kind of. People who shed their bodies.
But shades are...
there's still people in Nier who have decided to turn into energy. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shades are people who've like gone through the salt process.
Yeah. This and Shades are kind of different because Shades are
I'm not exactly talking about Shades. I'm talking about what people turn themselves into.
Okay.
Of their own volition, which is the energy form that we know about. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles. Their quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in mortal state, rest assured they would not object for you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. No thanks.
No.
I'm fine.
No weird race.
Alright, I guess we should...
Communicate with the crystal domiciles.
Hello, crystalline domicile. I will attune to you. Oh wow, look at that aetherite.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. You cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Oh, so much for that. Go over this one, then we'll grab the aetherite. I am sending you my thoughts. You wish to speak? Very well, pray. A moment, if you would. Wait, what? Okay.
Give him a moment, for he's got to get ready.
Home point, home point.
And favorite destination.
Don't turn into a favorite. It's gonna be another one.
Well, we don't know we're going to be here.
Oh wow, look at that over there in the sky.
But that was what it was called. Okay, what now?
If you ever wanted to like imagine a world torn asunder in your head, look at that one in the fucking sky over there.
Oh, that's cool.
Anyway, crystalline domicile, what do you have to say?
Yep. Go ahead, say it.
Why seek our end? You ask. If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What forms did I take when last I emerged? Watch out, there's a spider over there.
Ugh. Ew, gross.
Ew, gross! A strange one comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. What enlightening conversations! Sorry, hold on, wait. I'll get the car.
We're just going over here.
Alright.
It's fine.
Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? No! I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. More importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long.
Flesh abandoned.
I had no luck, but everyone else fared well. Quite a few have awakened. Ah, there they are! Hi, we're here.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I've seen those guys as minions.
Yes, yeah, me too. May I introduce you to Lalak, Dukik, and Nenigd. Their names almost remind me of fucking Lalafels.
It's...
It has been too long, Kovkud. I dare say, Sadir 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and divergence they afford, mayhap such similarities in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kovkud, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests? A matter of proper form. Ah, yes, so long has it been, it's completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nidnig. The archives have long been frozen unless we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right! That's right!
Oh my god.
These fucking... We duly invite you to join us in the communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent! If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest aether. I'm sure this food will be completely edible.
I think it's just gonna be crystals.
Well, no, ether can come from food.
I know, but they said purest ether.
Oh, that's fair.
Duh.
Maybe they meant the best food, but I guess you're probably right. So these will replenish our ether. There's no particular name, but we traditionally sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space would soon be awash with purest aether. Please absorb as much as you like. Alright, I guess we'll take some aether for us.
Are we just gonna be doused in aether?
I'm not sure that's a good thing for us. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Waiting. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate Ia's home world, this is ultimate fool. One cannot simply generate ether here. As our creations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarat. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal.
They're not dead, they're ether.
To be fair, when you die, you get you're just ether in the ethereal sea.
So they can't die.
Alas, we couldn't absorb it. Deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Eating.
Food.
Eating. And sleeping.
Drink.
Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their
These
mouths...
guys, they're the think tank.
Fuck. That actually works. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides, such life forms have long since vanished from our systems.
Be slightly more obsessed with death than the think tank.
Though
but,
we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the E yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believe we could eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. There's your problem. From the tangible such as land to the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifetime is distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unheard lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. Well, we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge.
Oh my god. I was super right, holy shit.
That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation.
Nah.
We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all existent phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. We will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them?
Oh, they have flesh. They're already dead.
What thinkest thou? Is Y'shtola gonna die again?
Oh, not Y'shtola.
We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegia. You know what's interesting about, like, it being on this expansion that just recently came out?
What?
We don't have future content to know, oh yeah, they make it.
Oh yeah.
But now we're like, yeah, we know Grahatia makes it. He's in the Endwalker poster. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Yeah, it's probably gonna be Y'shtola, because she seeks knowledge. Ere we join the ear, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Freya, Grahatia, might I trouble you for assistance? But of course.
Where knowledge leads.
My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on to Elegia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Right, girl.
Wow. You're supposed to tell us the ultimate cosmic truth.
Is that the fucking time elves or something?
The clockwork elves, thank you.
The clockwork elves. So I wasn't wrong. These bodies kind of remind me of Shades.
Oh yeah, yeah, actually.
There had to have been like some influence from Nier.
Earn bot. Look up Clockwork Elves Rule 34. I think the best part about that is that he actually he commissioned artists to make those.
To make what? Oh, to make
Clockwork Elf porn?
The other one's following us? Ah!
Oh no.
Let's take it on. Never mind.
It's just one of the tormentors.
Yeah. Yeah, but tormentors are racist. As are the mind flayers.
Oh my god. No, the ones we faced earlier.
Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind.
Are they here if they're not dead?
So faithfully formed are the simulacra. They believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Mitsuan made contact with them while they still lived.
Yeah, that one.
Of course, she must have visited the stars of the dragons in the Ea before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions of her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she had relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption consider how those two races may have met their demise.
So the Ea succeeded is what we're hearing.
According to thine own tale, Meitan perceived the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an enteleki. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meitan did unleash Dynamis and usher the dragons of Ea unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourself this. In the place where you stand, though, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion?
Istola.
Why do you tell us this now?
In private.
Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exile. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. Ryanje, no! If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, but I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all I've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado then, let us go to join our comrades. Let us be off to Elegia. Oh, car! The car!
Oh, right.
In the car! Whew! Man, this is a doozy.
Yeah. I don't like these guys.
It's pretty heavy. You know, when I was curious as to like what she meant when she was talking about all the worlds ending, I wasn't desiring this exactly, but I guess we're here, so guess we'll just live with it.
Mm-hmm. Oh!
What?
Hey, freelance.
What?
After this, it's the last 690 quests.
Last what?
The last set of quests are the level 90 quests, and there's only 6 of them.
So we have 6 left after this.
Yes.
It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Okay, what are they gonna sound like?
Very well.
Oh my god.
Oh, I actually want to hear this. Hold on.
However, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
Thanks.
Cool.
You are
Thanks,
entirely
brah.
too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
You are too kind.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it.
Make puns.
In the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, that no civilization would rise from our ashes, no scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, it is when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
I'm sure she would know that most of anyone.
But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic.
Oh.
We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on.
Yeah,
and
there
do
was
not
stuff
look
that
back.
Hylian gave us. The ability to use creation magics, but only for a bit.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine
Come on!
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled?
What the fuck you guys doing over here?
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Bum bum bwah. Alright, Graha.
At the Yaguri.
For comfort?
Yes.
Cosmic Potato! Are you all ready to continue on? Let us make for where that light shone. Ishtola and Iranje have opened the way for us.
I think that's Victory and the Lost.
Maybe?
Getting kind of hard to read them.
Can take a tiny break to go to the bathroom and stuff.
Okay. Can hate Teeth Death, man. I don't want to think about this shit.
Well, just think of it like this. You're here now.
Yeah.
You're gonna die. I'm going to die.
Yeah.
So you might as well have fun playing video games like Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG.
MMORPG, which no one can play right now? Yes.
Alright,
no one can learn of this horrible truth? Thank God.
I'll be right back.
I'm also gonna head to the restroom.
I'm back. It's been some heavy stuff, but it's kind of what I expected after all that shit in Elpis.
Return.
Welcome back. Alright. Yes, I can feel it, the aether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Alright. Portal of wisdom. Let's go! Oh my god.
Oh.
This is familiar to you?
Oh.
This must be Omega's world.
I don't remember Omega wishing for death, though.
Omega did not. But his creators might have. I guess Graha will be next, and we'll be left with the twins.
Or since it's going sequentially, they might all sacrifice themselves.
Yeah. In fact, as soon as you arrive, not the most welcoming of places, is it? You must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We'd lay a land, see how far we can go. I'll off you know with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Yes.
We're gonna talk to a level tracker?
Apart from hostile beings, take care of your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finish exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let's avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable.
I just noticed the map is a bit more blocky than usual as well.
Oh. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse? Oh my, what the fuck?
Overflow Omicron. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. People.
We got players.
Delta.
Oh, right.
Ah, now I'm ahead. Yeah.
I guess no more reading for you then. You're gonna have to read it all.
Okay.
Look, Freya, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them.
Wow.
I'm begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of the star. Just unknown life forms detective.
Oh my
assigning
God.
generic label planetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet Flip Loop. What?
It's a change in text box.
The planet... What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called Omicrons. You stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? What is it that you do here? We are preparing for war.
Dragons.
As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you'll be taken into custody and/or terminated. Not a little frightening, those Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow, if you could try speaking with the others. Okay.
Over here.
Starting with this one.
Oh.
Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware among functioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Measuring combat capability, result negligible, subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in a conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons.
There we go.
Yet, though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains.
Yeah, did you just hate bureaucracy?
Blip bloop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. You learned a few things? So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as a surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here. But those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with?
Yeah, robots. Oh, is this why Midgard Summer hate Omega so much?
Yeah, that's what we learned from the Mega Raids.
Yep.
So the Omicron seek to advance themselves through conquest.
Conquest.
Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who would it be that fits Urianger's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others? Urianger said this? During our investigation before we joined you in Elegea, that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Ea longs for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out the leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. What, like Mother from Alien?
Yeah.
Also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? I mean, we have nothing else to work on.
Yeah.
Okay, so that quest had no EXP, because it was level 90.
Yeah, it's level 90.
Alright, would you mind if we took a little step to the side and grabbed that Aether current over there? Aether. Yeah.
There it is.
Alright, now we go back. Just wanted to get that out of the way while I still had eyes on it.
And I have no idea what the other one says.
So, the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our step as we make our way. Alright, in the car.
You're not safe. Either current.
Hey, the current! Ah! Get it! Ah! Grab the other cord! Back in the car. Alright.
You dead?
One of these days I'm gonna have to take you through all of the lands and just get you the Aether currents.
Yeah. Oh, there's the other one.
Yep. No, Beta, no! You son of a bitch. Okay, you go ahead and... There's another one over there. Uh-oh.
What the?
You can't see. Oh, god damn it. Where's the front of it? This appears to be the console. But it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Okay. No, not Alice. You're not a console. Wait, what'd she say? Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Say something if you can. Awaken! Activate! Password!
Password.
Well, I tried.
I tried.
Alright, how are we to interact with it? Alright, console.
Trying to, but Alice is in the way.
We tried touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Cutscene.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it?
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Yep.
Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because they never came across lightning.
Because it relies upon it.
Oh,
or something akin to it as a source of energy.
Obviously.
My thoughts exactly.
Thinking a bit too far out the box.
The same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
I mean, you've done that before.
Yes. Have at it.
Or I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer. I'm not sure this is a good idea.
Worry not, I will be careful. And if it fails, we can think of something else.
Okay, what if it succeeds and it's a bad succeed?
Don't worry about it.
Well, it worked.
Oh.
Oh, that's a familiar sight.
Aye.
You remember that eye?
Is that an Omega's raid somewhere?
Yeah, it's one of the Omega raids.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance.
Oh, it's a good thing we did the Omega raid, huh?
Yeah.
In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Yes. Yes. Let's just focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps even Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, let's begin at once. Alright. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Let's go!
What car?
Oh, right, the car. Beep, beep. Boop, beep. Over, France. Over, are you sure? Oh,
yes.
Yeah? Yeah?
There's a bridge.
Okay.
Oh no, Delta.
Get out of the way, Delta. We're going through. You son of a bitch! Ah!
Ignore them.
Quick, 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 quick!
Ow.
Yeah, I did it! Narration, all appears otherwise normal. Oh, I didn't even realize what their fucking Aetherite looked like. Honestly, it's usually next to the device, so it's not just unusual behavior. As I'm moving, the very picture of a unit on standby. You! Come here!
Oh.
You saw that too, right?
What?
One that just ran by? Hold on, I'm gonna find it again.
Free!
Going, going. Alright, wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking their objective. There he is! Get him! Get him, boys!
Right on, boys!
An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Right over there.
There.
What must I do? Ah, I see it. Scratching his head. If it left the base, let's follow it. Alright, in the car.
Yeah.
Come on. Sneak behind the Delta. Damn it!
Go, Freelance, just go.
Just go! It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Ah, over there. Whoa, look at these fucking units.
Ah, Amda. That's what the Half-Life logo is.
Yes. You certainly are a gamer. Interesting looking tree you got here.
Tree.
What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? For wonder why we're here.
I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. To go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand.
Ah.
I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply malfunction Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Freya, one day, when this adventure becomes part of your epic, you think I'll be mentioned in it? Graha?
Yes. Give me a footnote. You're not here, so you can be in a story.
You're not here so you can be in a story.
That's just mean.
That's not mean. Forgive me, because this is not about being a story, it's about being here together. Forgive me, let there be no doubt that fame and glory cannot be further from my mind. See, how does that mean?
Yeah.
A footnote would be mean. And yet, I'd be lying if I said I don't relish the thought of my name being spoken in the same breath as yours. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Graha, I don't like you talking about this stuff. Stop it.
Hello, world.
Is that what the next one's called?
Yep.
Oh, fantastic.
Love Macworld, don't you? Love it when computers have the ability to fucking sing.
We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron.
Right, not sing. That was like the first auto-generated like reply from a computer, right?
Hello world? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is the first words said by a computer. Okay, I mean, I wanted to fight these things anyway. Whatever the fuck these things are.
Oh, they're the Emperor, like, machines. God, I'm tired.
Get in the car. So we're like 2 quests away?
Yeah, yeah.
2 or 3?
If you don't consider the quest we're on now as a separate thing, it's 3.
So we have 4 quests left.
Yeah, we're on the 4th quest to the end. Yes.
Okay. Gra says that you found suspicious Omicron. That's good because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, but there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. Enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. Tree.
Hello, world.
I think we're reaching the end of this area. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of concourse. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. Problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly entered the conversation. If it is needs, Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. At least say no. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger. Much stronger.
Yeah.
At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has connection to Sir. Inspired idea. As I say, it's worth a try. I think you'd be on board. This time, you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Frey, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first, I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps that could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alfino. Alright, Alfino and I will stand by at the cult. When it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm.
Storm.
This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. And not that one. This one. In the car. No! Run! This way. Get out of here. Damn it! You know, when I was observing the tree, were you not? So glad I'm to find you again. I have a question for you, you see. What the device which sustains the tree? Provided does not necessitate disclosure of restricted information, very well. Clouds began distracting Nomicron soon as he was struck the console with lightning. Observe closely for any anomalous behavior after Alethik has cast her spell. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Yeah, whatever. Basic stuff. Oh.
Nope. That was easy. I thought it was just gonna be like a little...
Huh?
You are,
An
sir.
anomaly, you say? Perform a diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. No. What you need, my friend, isn't to make things. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our combat struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Fuck.
Damn it.
Damn it. Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we proceed further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let us head there. Yes. Oh, Minnie's face is kind of squishy now that she's been sleeping on that side of her face.
Oh, squishy.
Squishy. Hehe, squishy. Now we can just run over there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own. And with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as they do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star.
The star!
But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them.
Okay.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
What are you going for?
I said do it.
I can't. Not again.
Forcing you through this again is the last thing I want, and I'm sorry. But we've never broken a promise to each other. So I ask that you have faith in us, and hear my request. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you, properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink, of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
They all leave so easily as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I'll give them such a flick that they'll just have to that'll be just a start.
I really wanted the eye to grow red.
The crystalline path God has paved for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on for our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning that appears to be near the outpost. We got one more stretch to go, Sarge. Let's go. Where is it? Hold on. shape
by
of
the
box.
Omicron base.
It's all the way up. Okay, it's all the way. Okay, I'm just gonna. You wanna just teleport there?
Sure.
Yeah. Actually, I like the song, so I'm gonna take the car.
Okay.
Pretty sure this is the guy who did To the Edge.
Also, the guy who sang
That's right.
Revengeance?
Yep.
Not Revengeance,
Rules of Nature.
which one? Rules of Nature.
Yep, that's him. I think it's Jason.
Still haven't.
What?
I still haven't found the opening song, like the title song. I don't know where that is.
For what?
The like Endwalker opening.
Oh, Footfalls?
Well, not Footfalls. The one that plays in the title screen.
Yeah, that's a line from Footfalls.
Oh, is that Footfalls?
Yeah, it's yeah. Look, Freya, the portal has opened. It surely deliver us true. It must. Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends just got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes.
Oh.
Alright, well,
Yeah.
we ascend the crystal path. I say we run. Instead of use the car.
Oh, you mean walk, not like actually like sprint.
Yeah, we can sprint, that's fine. Going the right way? Hold on, wait. No, wait. Up.
Ooh.
Oh, God. Didn't see that. Hold on. I'm coming.
To the silence.
Haggard would scout the road ahead. She told J would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Garha would join in the discussion or let's chat with me and Alice about the mission. Estinian would be at the rear, Part to get present. All the time you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? Hold on. She needs it. Alright, let's go.
Really wish once there was a reaction to that.
Yeah.
I guess it would be too much to program at any one time.
I think they could do it.
But they can barely get rid of the 1.0 code.
That's different from like reactions from, because they've had reactions from them before. Much further than we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them that Hyde has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream? Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it... No. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Oh, he's actually singing the song that is Footfalls.
Oh, nice.
He's singing the line that they say when you see the moon cross in the main menu.
Oh, okay.
Rest assured, I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It'll be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Well, this is it, the end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships, and we may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we've achieved, and how it changes for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. No, not you, Evan. There are some structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all of this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you forgive me if I wish for it all the same, and for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, once I want to be the one to help you.
Oh. I just realized we have a full party.
Yeah. If only we could take them with us in the dungeon. This is almost... normal? It's not like many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. It's unlike many cities we know. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both accounts. There's simply no one here.
Fuck you, Midian.
Medion!
Me!
This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with light, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide. None can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there is no one here, then neither should there be motion or to bar our way. Yet Meteon seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Well... whatever Meteon may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Might take a tiny break to go use the bathroom.
Okay.
But first... okay.
Can we talk with Midian? Ooh.
Yeah, hold on, let me talk about it. You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You're only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Alright. I don't see anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out? Hello? Has anyone heard you? They do not respond. The object is a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. The place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere near to be seen. Egg-shaped containers lining the shelves, with at least few sitting on the counter, vessels for the beverage, in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. Alright, where to next? Over there, to the right. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking away through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. If anyone can hear me, say something! You call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. I'm trying to see if there's any ways to reach nearby isles, just in case Meteon was bluffing.
Is he it?
Ah, yeah. Though set slightly off the ground, it appears to be a door, while the objects to be left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. Hurry, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Not a door.
No.
I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left on tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find out if anyone can compare what we've learned.
Ugh. Oh, music. Thank God.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteon seen.
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will. I'm sorry, but there is a chance, and I must seize it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you, the last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you.
What are you... If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Earlier, in Old Charlene.
For your camera's out of focus. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it'll happen. No one brought, like, chairs?
Oh.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe.
Taru.
Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions.
Okay.
He wishes to speak with you at once.
Is it like this? Damn it! Fuck you, video game.
What do you think it is?
I'm thinking it's...
Xenos?
Huh?
Oh.
Who?
Are you thinking it's Xenos? Xenos?
Xenos?
Xenos?
Xenos? That could possibly be it.
Where were you thinking?
I forgot his name. Gosetsu.
Oh. Oh.
Is he devoid of life? He sense the presence of another. What do you want, Minnie? I'm in a lot of existential dread right now.
Hello, we're the city of the dead.
The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on. Oh god, all these fucking Dark Souls are in front of me. Get all these humanities out of the way.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends hope.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
But you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Aetheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You
world.
must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you. I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Dare you now? It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not.
Idiot.
We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Yeah.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles.
Other expansions that may happen.
What about Mericidia,
Yes, I was thinking the same
southern
thing.
continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, You know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance.
Oh, hey, he referenced the raid that's gonna happen too.
All of which is to say, expand your horizons.
Which should be
Go
soon.
forth and seek
2
discovery.
weeks. Week.
Some of the civilizations in the
24th,
reflections will
from what I
surprise you.
understand.
I'm hearing the 21st.
Oh, it might be
As
the
the
21st.
bearer of Azem's crystal, you may
Oh, glad we're
consider
finishing
your
up
duty
Endwalker
to
then,
see
huh?
at least that much.
Those tombstones up and going.
I certainly did.
Aphorisms.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Can't wait till we meet Epic Selves again. It's gonna be great.
You think it's gonna be obvious?
We're gonna meet Epic Salt in every expansion, and then like, Hypnodeus is just gonna be like a bit part character. Hey, Brit.
It is my fervent hope that our aged friends will find a new beginning. They and all of their brethren who have returned to the Ethereal Sea. For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must avert the final days and save Aetheris. So go and see all those places and more. Emmett Suck has given you quite a task. Suffice it to say, I should be glad to assist you once we return together triumphant, of course. For all the lives on those stars whose lights have been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer.
Oh god, this is gonna break 12 hours.
Of what?
Stream time.
We're at 10 hours right now. So maybe not 12, but we'll see. No need to explain. I have a rough idea what happened while I was gone. It was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life. It was all I could do to swim against it, then suddenly I was hit. It felt long and short at the same time, hazy as in a dream, so I flew it home. One thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. I can't claim I fully understood the work you did this place. But in that moment I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owe. That I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. Full glad am I to see that I was right. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, they were people not unlike us. The first people to fall and feel pain, and the first forced to find a way to rise again. From them, we have come, and in our pain and suffering, we are connected. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in the moment of your moments of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to do something.
Aww.
Alright.
Where is it? Yeah.
Let's do this. Are you ready, Fran? Ready as I'll ever be. And let us set forth for reckoning. And after this, I can eat a sandwich.
Oh, good.
Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Michan has hoarded. The emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fate while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I'm here to help, as you have all helped me. Let's put an end to the end.
Everyone's going home today, understood?
Aye.
Wow.
The dead ends. Shit. It's a good one. Well, I think it's time we walk the end, Sarge.
Yeah. Call ourselves, I don't know, Doombringers?
Yeah, finish runners. That was
speed runners.
Yeah. Alright, let's do this.
Alright. Hey, hold on, bathroom.
Shit. Right, okay, bathroom.
Yes.
I'm back. Well, this is it. Started back in June or May. Here we are. It's been a good one. I'm excited to see what comes next. I'm glad I have one of my friends who finished
Oh.
Hi.
So I got myself a drink with caffeine in it.
Alright, so you ready? Go. Just so you know, Frey, I won't try to keep up with you in the coming battle. No, I mean to surpass you. If there's anyone who need to keep up, it's Sydney. I'm not joking. Both happen to have worked hard and come far. It's time we set our sights higher. So you'd better watch out, or else you'll find yourself in my wake. What does this thing say to that? So the moment of reckoning is finally upon us. I must say, when I pledged myself to your cause, never did I imagine it would bring me to the very edge of existence. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. After casting aside vengeance and shedding title and duty, I found myself wanting for purpose. In journeying with you, there has been nary a dull moment. In the course of it all, I feel as though I've found a new place for myself, and I welcome opportunity to see how much the boy has grown. I owe you a debt, as you can guess, I've ever preferred to express my gratitude through action rather than word. My lance is yours. Well, I guess it's time to go. What's it gonna look like in there?
No idea.
So
probably
you
gonna look
finally
terrifyingly
here,
beautiful.
in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
bunny boy. Want to say sage?
Ah, end of Evangelion. Okay.
It's Evangelion.
It's Evangelion.
Or, fucking shit. Sport. Sorry guys, I'm gonna side with my bird daughter.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Ew, gross.
My flesh for death is the only remedy to suffering. There's no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves, we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught and yet craved more, and our progeny might someday flourish, as we never could. Eventually, we ventured to the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking.
Seashells.
Yeah, you know, you can hear, like, stuff in the seashells.
Oh, okay. They were talking about, like, the seashells became sentient.
I should really change the title of this one.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe for the third time today. There we go.
Welcome to the Endwalker, baby.
Not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Provide them with fire. Be gone. Did you change it to?
We walk the end.
Oh, okay.
From... Mommy? Sorry.
Bruv, I can't spell elf dudes.
Yeah. Elf names. Elezen names.
Oh, I see the arena.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
One of you still stands beneath my blade.
This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine vertically ran dry, explode and forging tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness. Our undoing, and the final blessing the star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path unto nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly.
Ugh.
That is certainly a thing. Caustic Rebula. The fuck?
Good man, you need to get some antibiotics. That shit doesn't.
Those who live.
I think some of those things have sprouted new life, and I don't think that's a good thing. Okay. Oh god!
Took 0 damage from that. Thanks, holy Shieldtron. Ow, necrosis.
Shit.
Hysteria. Oh, that worked. Cool.
Die.
I'm not gonna survive this.
Hey, look, he survived it.
Oh, cool. Thanks, holy Shieldtron.
I think because someone healed you up all the way.
So, holy Shieldtron, I'm sure of it. Unlimited blade works.
Oh, do you finally have that? How is it?
Looks cool at the very least.
That's all that matters.
Got more stuff than Dark Knight. That's all that matters.
Dead end.
Yeah, leave the 6 in behind.
And the very last of them wish they had never been born at all.
Judgment Day.
Oh.
Honey.
In a
Bloodborne.
faraway place,
This is.
a brilliant
Does this look like Bloodborne to you?
eradicated disease.
A tall Gothic building.
Before
Yes.
destroying
Now
the
this is more
self-same
modern.
lives
Yeah, this is more
they
modern.
saved.
Way more modern. No, this is Code Vein.
Code Vein?
Seems like it. I have a strange feeling we're going to face a nuclear boss. What happened?
War?
Eradicated disease before destroying itself, same lives that it saved. Shit.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
That otherworldly beings speak first, grace us with their presence and sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed with the wisdom and compassion needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labor so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of the star and its once myriad nations. Wars waged, the countless lives we lost. They must,
how terrible!
They must
lived in Bosha.
They must be brought to heel. The world united under a single standard, no matter the cost.
Oh, it's XCOM.
Yeah, okay.
Got it. Right now, insert any other Orwellian dystopian war-fueled nation and or reference here as needed.
Yeah. Oh, I love reference. That one's my favorite.
What?
I love reference.
Love 1984. It feels like we're living it every single day.
What are you, fucking conservative on Twitter?
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
So what do you think is going to be the boss at this one? An alien or like a nuclear boss?
Yes.
Nuclear alien boss.
Nuclear alien boss.
Actually, no, it's probably going to be a mech, now that I'm thinking about it. Like a war machine mech. Fire, fire! Yep, mecha.
Oh my god,
there
look
it
at
is
that
right
fucking
there.
thing. We've constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace that we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight.
Oh, it's also Terminator. Got it.
Horizon Zero Dawn?
You know what's a good name to name a weapon in every single instance?
Peacekeeper.
Peacekeeper. Assuming peace protocol.
Allow life to be eliminated to achieve peace and prosperity.
No, peace in perpetuity.
Ah, perpetuity. Don't know why that one stood there.
Fire. Oh. Ow. Retreat deterrent is what that one was called?
I guess. Oh my god.
Elimination.
Good luck. Oh, you're okay.
Ow. I just take the laser. Ow. Thought I was on it. It was on the next screen over. Ow. Ow.
Got it.
I'm gonna apologize real quick.
What'd you do?
I just ran. I had the last bracelet offending.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
You did it! I killed them all!
Oh. Behind range DPS got shit. Oh. Whoa.
Oh, the plenty.
Meet the 17th end.
Alright, what's the deal with this one?
Farther still existed a star.
Mercy for all of us? They wanted to die.
Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Is my time not yet come? Only in death may we find peace. O Allah, bringer of sweet oblivion, hear our prayers. Free us from the shackles of mortality. Death is delivered on golden wings. Okay.
Beautiful creatures, the time has come. My time has come.
The time has come, and so have
But no, I was referencing
I know.
And the meme.
Maybe help heal the, okay. I'm gonna have to say help heal the healer. They're pretty low.
Notice they had AoEs.
Kind of hard to notice they have AoEs on this shit. Alright, hold on.
So confused.
A curious traveler visited our star, a bird which proffered three questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories in an age long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and our nescience sought its purpose, struggled to justify life's work. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now, condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird cannot accept the truth. It asks us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change.
Oh. Wait in death, may we find peace.
Yeah, yeah.
This is fucked. Finally we get free.
Yep. Imagine being so perfect, you just be tired.
Just want to die. We're B6. We all want to die. Not just any death freelance will do. You have to be chosen, it seems.
Yeah.
What is people have gained from ease? They lost that.
Or we have a feeling that's gonna be our boss.
Yeah, probably. Really hope it doesn't have, like, one-hit AoEs.
No, they wouldn't be that mean.
They have been that mean before.
Why did they make it yellow?
I'm guessing that's why they made the AoEs not yellow.
Did they not make the yet?
Not that I can see so far.
One to get a whole lot for me. So I can't really tell.
There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, on purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. Efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys. Okay, cool.
Oh, sorry.
Not you. It wasn't you. It was definitely not you.
There he is. It's the boy.
We zoom out and like the name tag comes up. The boy. Oh.
Last Mercy.
Rala, their god or whatever.
Oh, it smiles.
That's not cool. I don't like that.
What was that, Freelance? You were saying
Rather
something?
than us making a worthy path our successors might follow. Efforts reference futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggled to know what was right, yet in today's perfect unity, there is not left to question. We are infinity constricted by the finite. But no more. Rala shall grant us mercy of annihilation. Alright, now we go.
Yeah.
Glad to know that this stuff's for me. Cool. Thanks. Thanks, game. Alright, here we go.
Oh god, he's gonna have
So
one.
they created the kindest, most gentle of priests.
Warm glow.
Okay, that's just a one hit. One click hit. AoE count.
A pity.
What does pity feel like?
It feels like claws tearing at my face.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
I wish to friends about. No.
Ready to move. Move!
Fuck. Die.
Heal. Come on, Sage. Heal. And there goes Rick. Don't worry about healing me. I'll be fine.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all
Well, that one's a little more obvious. Oh, don't stand in the ones that are pointing to your way. Oh, stack. Oh, there goes the healer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh-oh. Might have been able to do that if I didn't get hit. It has a sick cancer. We're back on the beach.
Alright, there goes me. really? We start all the way? Oh my god.
I mean, they're short. It's not that long a walk. Beam out.
Alright.
It's just using its teleport move. It's funny. Is that title The Last Mercy?
Huh? I think so.
Clever, you can do it. I believe in you.
I'm coming.
1001.
I'm coming.
1001.
I'm coming.
1001.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of feasts. Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Ah.
Did it.
Ow.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
And this one. Friends.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, oh no.
Heal me. Heal me. Healer. Healer. Thanks, healer. Oh, just don't move. Don't move. Thank God.
And this one.
Give me a little bit more there, healer.
Fuck.
Great. Ah.
I was going to free, and then I noticed we were about to die.
Fuck! God damn it! Alright, back to the starting point then.
Damn it.
Wish the healer would do some more healing.
Hey.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Literally. Pay for that.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happy ever after.
Oh, anyway.
Over here? Oh.
How? I don't understand how he got away with that. Yeah, unlimited blade works. Oh shit. This is bad for me. Now.
Kill the tank quickly. Kill the
Fine. If thanks for this. That.
That's fine.
Fuck. Oh, I have Doom. Oh.
Oh.
Ugh. I killed him with the sword. Give it to that ninja.
The last necklace of healing.
Yeah, that's what this stuff is called. It's like the last.
Good night.
Oh. It is in fact night. Night.
Friends, say good night. She says good night.
It turned to night as well. Okay, player accommodation. Give it to that ninja, I guess. That sage was not great.
That ninja had some issues with like figuring out where to go.
Wait, better than the sage.
The sage could have done better, yeah, in terms of healing. I got both player commendations.
I got fuck all.
Oh god.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason.
Yeah, everyone says that.
The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable.
Souls.
What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to
Once
raise
again,
us up.
it's the
Again
power of friendship.
and again without end.
I see.
Yep, just like that. We all reach down together.
Ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living pass the present and the past.
Beyond that.
So shall sing until light ceases to be.
Burner, or is it just gonna be a big median? Ooh. Ooh.
7 hells.
On your guard.
There's gonna have a new wifey.
The rage. It rises.
I don't know if one is gonna like this one.
Rises.
End singer. Oh. He does not have a body.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Aww.
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot
shields.
know.
Oh, the sage
We
shield work.
cannot know.
Well, not Alfie knows shields, yes. We already know he has different abilities than from regular sages.
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Oh yeah, Lunar is definitely not gonna like her.
No, we're not.
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
The figure.
No,
Huh?
you don't.
The figure.
Why you won't like her?
Yeah.
Because you just electrocuted Alice.
Oh, that's right. Hey, passage.
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait! Don't!
You gifted them escape
The End Singer, I just realized their name.
and rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Oh. Hey, Gandalf. Shinryu! Xenos!
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for letting the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal,
Still seeing Evan again.
I reclaimed the form.
How did you feel seeing him again? It was great.
And hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you.
He would literally go to the ends of the universe for us.
Yeah, to fight you.
To fight me.
Just for the chance to fight you.
Yeah, 11 hours VOD, man. I hope you're ready for that.
It's gonna be 12, because you're not supposed to skip the credits on this one.
Oh, we're not supposed to? Okay, I'll eat my sandwich through it.
Oh, I don't like either of these options. Ooh. Don't like these options.
I don't want your help.
Comes to it, I won't save you.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we had
So, Sarge.
But
Xenos has joined your party without your consent.
oh my god, yes!
So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Being in a secret that fighting you is the only thing you ever wanted and nothing else matters? Exactly. I can't believe that meme actually happens.
But I want to be able to talk to them so you can find
The meme came true.
Silence our song of oblivion.
Oh, this is awesome.
Are we gonna fight her riding on Shinryu's back?
I'm not sure that's big enough of the final day. I'm not sure that's the Hato Sobi. Why are they playing the weapons raid music? Or like a remix of it. Alright.
No idea.
It's time that we face the final day.
Yeah.
You ready? Or can you go to the bathroom?
Sure. No, it's fine.
Alright, let's go then.
Oh, that was instant. Holy shit.
Hato Sobi, the Hato Sobi, the Hato Sobi.
Come on, yes. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Kinda wish they used the Primals cover for this fight. That's a good cover.
Come on. Come on, DPS.
Come on, DPS. Come on, baby. Come on. This final day.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Come on. Uh-oh. Anyway, here's my armor, by the way, Gandalf. It's got it rolling very red. Oh yeah, it is Koji singing it. Yeah, because he's the vocalist for the Primals.
There we go.
Koji is pretty cool.
Full party.
Okay, now this makes more sense.
Oh, so we are fighting on his back now.
That's awesome. This is awesome.
Cool. Alright, who's here? Who are the champions we have summoned?
The End Singer. Such an awesome fucking title.
No epithet as well.
You will never reach it.
Because there's no one to give it.
The deliverance you seek.
I don't know. This is awesome. I love it when they do this.
Oh, 2 Reapers. Let's see.
This time we're gonna do some extra damage.
See, I think that was a white mage.
How did it feel to see Maytown become herself again after Elfish Flowers bloom? It made me cry a little.
I've been XXX as a Dark Knight, White Mage, Sage, 2 Reapers, a Summoner.
Let's do this.
Dragoon.
This day, there is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Oh, there's a... Yep, we got some planets around us. Oh yeah! How am I supposed to know the damage? Or did it hit a full AoE like that? I guess that's the learning experience, the frog.
I believe, Freelance, we were shown her battle earlier.
Didn't really show the AoE, you know, amount.
Ah, shit.
Oh god, get the slender! You've done this many times, you still getting hit by stuff? People are going to the side, so I'm gonna go to the side.
Your suffering is at an end.
Oh, can I? Oh! Okay.
Fuck. Son of a bitch.
Oh shit. Better spread it out so we don't kill each other.
Oh, fuck up.
All of us have known despair.
Oh.
We have seen the end.
God. The impactor event has been recorded.
The same end. Again and again.
Fucking hell, there's a lot of stuff.
It is a boss. You're right. Oh no, our bolts are Reapers are dead. Never take your bites again, Gandalf.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
I don't know where to go. Scaring me.
Now they're crying.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
Oh god.
Shit. Oh god.
Great. Ow. No one knew where to fucking move. Arms and length means stand wherever the hell I want. Okay, resurrection is nice. Don't get hurt. I'm glad I, survived Not two. Okay.
I'm gonna get it.
Damn it. It's so hard to see anything.
The same end. Again and again.
You're not gonna make it.
Fucking hell. Oh, I'm alive.
Huh?
Oh, that was OB3.
I forgot about that one. Gotta keep everything in mind. Goddamn.
Fuck.
God.
All of us have known despair.
My mage, get your health up there. Benediction or something, I don't know.
God, we're only a quarter through her? God.
Even stars must die.
I think, yeah, gonna do that one. Not good.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
That healer.
This is a conquest.
Ah, God.
All of us have known despair.
Damn it, I did it again.
Even stars must die.
Back.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
That guy walked off.
Yeah, then he walked towards me.
This is a kindness.
Yeah, mouth wasn't open, so it's not immediately. Look for him out.
Oh, I just realized we're fighting with big people.
Stop noticing that and notice the fight.
All of us have known despair.
And I guess messed up and get out of the middle.
God damn it.
Even stars must die.
You better hear yourself up there.
Damn it.
No, God damn it. Ah, God, the camera isn't far away enough to keep an eye on that shit.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
I just jumped off.
The save.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, that wasn't the problem. The problem is that there was also stuff in the way, like, unrelated. Then I got caught between both.
Alright.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Aha!
Now we keep an eye on that shit.
That one's gonna be on that side.
Give me another full AoE. Planet's coming. Get off to the back. Back.
Hey. No.
Mouth is open.
Your suffering is at an end.
Alright, get in the middle.
Oh.
This is a kindness. All of us have known despair.
What's this? That was. Okay. Skip between them.
Yeah, the heads. Oh. Ow. Hubris.
We have seen the end.
Probably be with everyone else.
Oh, plan's coming. Plan's coming. Right, got the forward net.
The same end. Again and again.
I thought it was going to turn.
Plant. Oh, get to the front.
Other way, other way, other way, other way.
Damn it. Woo.
God. Damn it.
You're fine, you're fine.
A sorrow so deep that only emptiness remains.
Oh, that's when we get to the center. Where now? Oh, the goop! At the very end. Don't fall off.
Feels so lonely between the stars.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yes, the heads.
Oh, it died somehow. We have 8 vulnerabilities back.
Planets are here. It's gonna move. It's gonna move. Alright, give it. Give it to the front.
Make the back there to spawn. Ow. Oh, vulnerability 1 has no effect. Yay.
Give it the planets.
The same end. Again and again.
hit. God. Fucking hell.
You're doing fine. Fine.
Even stars must die.
God damn it.
It's so lonely.
Okay, wherever she goes. Alright, we're good. I just saw everyone with like an AoE going to the other side, like, ooh, that's probably not good.
This is a kindness.
Oh, mouth close. Center. Nice. Good, good.
If there is no happiness in life.
Pilates?
Oh. Uh-oh.
There is only one place it may be found.
Oh, no. Destroy it. Oblivion is sealed.
Extend your limits to survive. Okay, know that passage.
Dynamis.
Oh.
No matter. You only delay the inevitable.
Alright.
This is fate.
Fatalism? What does that one do again? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Your time has come. It always does.
It just dawned on me she has Dynamis as after the LB. Was that confirmation that Limit Breaks is using Dynamis as an ether? Ah!
Oh no, Limit Break. Oh.
Oh, our the power of friendship. Oh. Please be a checkpoint. Oh! That's a fucking... That's a Rome Reborn reference right there. Where everyone's praying, and that's how Louis Wall survived. That's how Louis Wall is able to like save us from the calamity.
No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We can't suffer it again.
to get space.
No matter the cost.
Getting a bit desperate there, ain't she?
Yeah. We've been here before. Many a time.
Oh. Ow.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
Oh yeah, the music.
What I saw.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I said it was both earlier.
This can only end in misery and desolation. No light, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better.
A lot of purple.
Yay!
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Happy holidays.
Oh my god. Before we go through that, I'm gonna go get that sandwich.
Yes,
So-
you go ahead and do that.
So let's, I'm gonna give it to, I'll give it to Anna. I'll be right back.
I also gave it to Anna. Emily pats her carbuncle. The emote. I'm gonna also pat the carbuncle. Turn on my display logs again. Carbuncle.
I'm back. Start time? No. Would be nice. Oh, there you are. Would be nice to see you.
Before we continue, hi.
Hi.
Restroom first, real quick.
Okay.
And you can enjoy your sandwich for a bit too.
How powerful is Endwalker compared to beings like Bahamut, Nastian, Zodiac, or Hydaelyn? Like, canonically, or like through gameplay? Canonically? You back?
Yeah.
Give me a moment. Alright. Let's go.
I received 1 player commendation.
I received none.
Oh.
I'm a DPS. I'm used to it.
Sure, Anna received a few.
I mean, I gave her 1.
I did as well.
Do you think they have the balls
No
to make us
matter
do a
where we
second boss
flew,
fight with Xenos?
There was only darkness, and loneliness, and pain. We couldn't find the answers
I'm not gonna say anything.
Hermes yearned for.
Cause I kinda know.
He deserved.
Oh, great. Cool.
Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Of course I'll be friends. Yeah.
Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Aetheris.
We created it together.
Yeah.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more. Nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
Aw, she's back to normal.
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
fuck did Xenos go?
Hey. You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero? Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice. Wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void.
Sarge, I can hear yours.
Pleasures.
Yep.
You seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
That I cannot deny. Think what you will. Enough of you.
So you would still play the hero? No matter. In acceptance, you betray your deception. You know full well what we are and what we seek. To shine incandescent in death's shadow.
Alright, guess we have to leave. I'll see you on the other side. I'll see you on the other side. I can exit. I can just leave.
Can you? Oh, you have to do it.
It's a sort of blaze of passion. The space comes to life at Dynamis. our swells.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine! Still fighting you, I see.
This is just a victory round. Yeah, I'm healing really quickly.
Show me your vaunted fortitude. Soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking.
Try that attack, Reaper. Maybe I will.
Mine for the taking. A test of your reflexes. soul, how it burns! I know the inferno swelling within me. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you! Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent. Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet! Mine for the taking! I have a test of your reflexes! Show me your haunted fortitude! A test of your reflexes! I have you! Mine for the taking! A test of your reflexes! Have you no rage left for me? No rancor? I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your haunted fortitude! A test of your reflexes! I have you! No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Burn! This is my moment! Our moment!
That was fun.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding, brilliant. Gone too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to... Open your... Please.
Someone, hand. Please. You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you! So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought... After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening.
I am
grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening!
Well, that was fun.
There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came.
Did Meteion expect
and
me
when
to
you
fly
finally
right behind
deigned to
her?
appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend. We're home.
Oh, Mother View's there.
And that ending punch is really fun as a paladin.
Wait, Susano was Timothy Watson? Urianger? Oh god. Awesome.
Ah.
Well, he's gotta counter the Urianger speech somehow. By being more grandiose? What are you talking about?
Is that?
Oh.
It is! It's the Ragnarok! You're back!
It's Finding Bunny Boy.
Thank heavens. Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Yes!
Ah.
Welcome home, everyone!
Oh yeah, that scene where Portiono.
Oh, Tataru got her own little credit.
Oh yeah, she always did. Unless you mean like not with other people.
Yeah, not with other people.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that scene where Portiono accepted his children again was great. The two Lullafil women in our lives.
The only ones we need.
Also, remember his parrot scene? That was pretty good. Yeah. I don't think there's a bad scene in this game, to be honest. But I mean, yeah.
Welcome home!
Our little evil overlord is crying. Yes, she is.
it's gonna say in the main menu screen now.
Alright, Oscarson, yeah. Aaronville did Sleeping Way. Yeah, I saw that. Cole Cooge is Timothy Watson. It's funny. Oh, we're starting from the beginning.
Yeah. Minfilia.
Earlier Minfilia.
Whew.
So, Sarge, what'd you think?
It's good. Very good.
Where would you rate it?
9.5.
Where would you put it?
Compared to everything else?
Yeah. Now, I'm only asking you now, but I'm sure opinions will change in a few days, as will mine. We'll see.
Oh, wait. I need to make a tier list. I'd probably put it at the top.
Yeah, I think so too. But we'll see in a few days. Yeah. Compare X.0 content to other X.0 content.
Well, Pat did a tier list of like everything.
Yeah, and he was wrong in a lot of it. Like
he only hated Stormblood.
Having Realmreborn over Stormblood just baffled me. When the expansion is fully out, you can do a proper comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was only going to compare it to X.0 to X.0.
I need to remember
what's
X.0.
For whom do you fight?
I need to remember what's X.0 content compared to everything else. Post Stormblood is a lot better than Stormblood in my opinion.
It's better, definitely, in terms of pacing and certain characters developing.
Yeah, the mystery at the end is really drives a lot.
Yeah. But I still enjoyed Stormblood more than the Realm Reborn.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. Remember when Thancred was a rogue?
Yeah. No. Oof.
Well, I'm very interested to see what the follow-up to the next expansion is going to be, now that this story's over.
Well, whatever we're gonna get a setup to the next one.
That's what I meant. I'm wondering how the setup will be.
Oh, okay.
Jeez. 12 and a half hours.
Still not done.
Still not done? I think Lunar went to bed. Yeah, Lunar went to bed. Okay, that's fine.
Did he go to bed or did he just log off?
Well, he logged off, sorry. Either way.
He might be having internet troubles.
He is having problems with his AC, so... Guess Eden raids can wait. Now that you have caught up fully on main story questline, it's time we got you back to doing some of the side content.
Yay, side content.
You still have 4 lords, you still have the Eyeless raids, you and everyone else
Role
has
quests.
the Eyeless raids.
Role quests.
Yeah, there's the role quests. There's more? Give us a moment, Randall.
We know there's more.
Yeah, we know there's more. I meant, like, after that.
There's like 2 objectives less, and I'm sure like an hour of cutscenes.
What new threats will we face? What crossovers will happen?
We finally get non-spaghetti 1.0 code in our Realm Reborn.
That would take way too long. The game is fun as it is.
They have to do it. It's causing too many problems.
Like what?
Just being there.
What problems?
Everything.
Like?
Glams.
But yeah, something like that's gonna take more than you probably think it does. Yeah, rest in peace, the actor for Dad. Daddy Forton. Happy no care in the wood. And then we have the Pandemonium raids. There's an in memoriam at the end of the credits. You skip them. I thought it wasn't supposed to skip them.
I was told not to skip these credits.
Okay. Well, we could just hang out and talk.
Yeah.
Honestly.
How would you? How many things have there been? 6.
6 what?
The 6 like the Realm Reborn and then the expansions.
It's not 6. That'd be that's like 5.
5.
Yeah.
Let's rank them. Go freelance.
Right now, it'd be like from top to bottom: Endwalker, Shadowbringers, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, or Realm Reborn.
Probably agree with that, yeah. Realm Reborn's just so long.
It's long, and so me and Gan, we all have the same lists.
Yeah.
Though I might put a little bit of a power gap between Stormblood and Realm Reborn.
Oh yeah, a Realm Reborn's like
it's
C
like,
tier.
Honestly,
and then Stormblood's like A.
A Realm Reborn isn't as bad as people make it out to be. I'm gonna be honest. It was fun.
It's just long.
I had my time. I had my good time with it.
Story just goes on.
It does, and it does. I think they're just trying to make sure people have a lot of content to last them. Yeah. And they sure as hell did that. That Lord of Crags arc was hellish. But once you get right into Heaven's Ward, or even the post game from Realm Reborn, it starts getting better.
I think the post game's a lot better.
Yeah. We're first part. I started this up. I started playing this. I played this like a year or so ago. A couple years back. I tried playing it, and it just didn't mesh with me.
But now you're an older, wiser Freelance.
Well, yeah, and then 2 things happened. The FanFest happened, and I saw the passion of the devs behind this game, and it was overwhelming. 2, the community showed me how great it was by having that visual for Kentaro Miura.
Yeah.
And I think the latter is what got me to just finally just get in there. Because I remember walking the lines, like walking the lines at Ul'dah and just seeing everyone lined up. Those are for Kentaro Miura, the creator of Berserk.
You know, the Dark Knight class.
Yeah, Dark Knight class.
What Dark Knight is very, very inspired by.
Which Shadowbringers even has inspirations for, Natsuko Ishikawa. And I think another thing that helped me out a lot was I didn't just have Kraze there, because when I first started playing, all I had was Kraze, and he wasn't really. He just came around sometimes.
Yeah.
But you know, when I started out, I had Specs and I had his friends. So I also attended the vigil for Stephen Krishna.
I also did that.
I spent a lot of time there. And yeah, I think I played through that. I think I played through Heaven's Ward at that point too, and I was having a lot of fun. It was great. And I think it was around Stormblood that I think started coming. Yeah, Stormblood. Yeah. And then, you know, we got Shay and Luna in this.
I joined because the natural I joined because the natural groundswell was getting to a point where you were like, hey, you should try Realm Reborn. And I was like,
They
okay.
spelled executive wrong. Alright. Yeah, I think obviously I think me getting in there was like the passageway for everyone else to come in.
Yeah.
In our little friend group. So I remember, like, I got that art from North, the one that I used for my weight screen. This one. I got that one and I showed it off in one of our Discords, and Luna was like, you know what, I'll get it. And then Shay followed suit. And, you know, it's been... Honestly, the best part of it is the fact that my friends are joining me in this. And it's been a fantastic experience with it. Because this is my first actual MMO experience. I've tried World of Warcraft twice, and both times I fell off. Like, immediately. Like, almost immediately. And I think a lot of that has to do with I just didn't care much about World of Warcraft. I didn't care much about the world. But with Final Fantasy, there's already an in, because one of the first games I ever watched my cousin play was Final Fantasy VII. And so, getting into things like, me starting to get into things like Kingdom Hearts kind of made me, Final Fantasy just became a part of my life. So, I kind of had that connection. I think I started playing in February of 2020. Yeah, I started playing back in May or June of this year. And here we are. I finished things up just in time for Endwalker.
Same here.
Yeah, but you finished a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
You just sped through everything.
Something like Craze, though, where I,
Yeah, at least you didn't skip cutscenes.
I remember everything? No, probably not.
Well, there's always New Game Plus.
God.
It just puts you through that little part and you just go through it. I don't even think you need to exactly. No, you might actually have to do the dungeons, but that's not that big of a deal. And it's something you can do while you're relaxing instead of actually like trying to focus super hard on the story. You can glean.
God, I was sick that 1 week. I probably wouldn't have made it otherwise. I was done like, I'd say like a week or 2 before it came out. Man, we're still on Stormblood? Jeez. Oh.
Still got role quests to do.
Mm-hmm.
I still gotta level up shit. I think I'm gonna be starting on Red Mage next. Once I get my healer up to full.
I think I'm gonna take a break from healer for now and maybe focus on the other 3.
You've been taking a break on healer. So obviously, you know, I'm probably gonna continue doing side quest streams, even for the earlier content like Stormblood and all that. Oh, Wayward Daughter, baby! You started in January of 2020. After I started on PS4. Yeah, I started on PS4 as well. And then I got a PS5, and the PS5 version I think came out around the same time of that Kentaro Miura vigil, so I started on that. And obviously it works. I load way faster than everyone else. Even PC players. That depends on the PC. Even ones with SSDs. Ladies out there that put the PS5 to shame. Yeah, but those ones are much more expensive than getting a PS5. True, but they can also do a whole lot more than the PS5. Oh yeah, like what?
Can they?
It caps out at 4K 120, I believe. Yes, that's also much more expensive PCs. 8K, no one needs 8K. You're starting to get diminishing returns at that point. Not that anyone can really do much with 4K that much anyway. I mean, if you have a 26 gig GPU, if you got the money to get one of those, or steal it from a Bitcoin farm,
scalper,
good on you. I think now we're getting into Shadowbringers. Yes, we are. Hey, Lena. Miss you, Lena.
Oh. We can go see her anytime.
Miss you, Lena. I miss Reem.
You can also see her at any time.
No, I cannot. Yes, I know Lena was also an Icelandic actress. I noticed because she had an Icelandic accent. Ah, Feoul. Missed you. I don't think you can see Feoul whenever you want.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, the Icelandic accents were nice. It was like one of those times where I'm like, finally, someone that isn't British. Oh my god.
That isn't trying to be British.
To me, it's because it's my native language and accent. Ah. Then there's Miniphilia. That was a good sandwich. Oh yeah, it was really nice going, like, hanging around the Crystarium and just hearing the vocals start up after a while of the song playing. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hey.
Right, Endwalker, baby.
We're in Endwalker now. Yeah. God, I hope there's another hour of cutscenes. That'd be so great.
Yeah, I can handle it. Can you?
Yeah, probably.
So, Sarge, what's your favorite area in this game?
Like like of all time?
I mean, Endwalker. Sorry.
Oh, Endwalker? Probably, the moon.
The moon? You like the moon?
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
Spice?
The moon's good. Spice.
I like Garlemald.
Yeah, Garlemald's fine.
Garlemald was really nice.
I'm over here still in Shadowbringers.
What are you still doing in
Just
Shadowbringers?
Just got the Endwalker. I would need to remember all the locations in Endwalker.
Well, there's Stavnair. There's Charlier.
Yeah.
There's Garlemald. There's the moon.
Yeah, the moon.
Is that 5?
And there's the place we were just at that I forget. Ultima Thule. And the moon.
I already said the moon, I think.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, look at that. Someone else put up a video of their opinion on the game. And guess what? They skipped cutscenes.
Oh.
So, in other words, they can't review the story.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there's also Elpis. I forgot about Elpis. God damn it.
Oh, Elpis is good too.
Elpis is good.
Yeah, actually, I go with Elpis.
You go with Elpis? Elpis is pretty good.
Yeah.
It was very pretty.
Yes, it's very bright.
So, does this mean we get a Medion in the world space that we can just go over to and pet whenever we want?
I very, very much hope so, because
better
I would
be
do
there.
it all the time, forever.
I'd really like it if I could just have a minion. I can go whenever I'm feeling bad about myself. I could just go over and just pet her head, and then I'll feel good in the world.
There's no wind-up minion.
How is there no wind-up minion?
Which I don't understand.
They have to make one for post-content. That's insane. How did they... Someone made that character design and was like, no one would want to wind up dolls. There's a bird minion? I don't want the bird. I want the bird girl. And I think it was nice that we've got, like, what Endwalker did a lot very well was bring back characters from the past and give them more to work with. Like Lucia. Throughout all of the expansions, like, I want more Lucia.
It turns out she's the leader of the contingent.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Seeing Arun Senna there was great. Seeing Albrecht was great.
It's on the story, I haven't checked.
You know, giving more to Lise as well was great.
Yeah.
And you find out, yeah, she's been growing as a character. Raban's been teaching her how to be a commander. Which is what I was hoping that would happen.
What's up, Betty?
I wonder what, like, outfits they'll make for us to purchase on the store now, the mod store. If there's an Alex Say outfit, getting that day one. Grabbing it.
Still want that dress. God damn it.
There's probably a lot of stuff with that dress of why they can't, like, make it immediately.
I know, but it's...
I know, I want it too. I want that dress too. I want that dress. I want Lisa's dress as well.
There has to be, right? There's no other reason why it's not on.
Yeah, it's gotta be because there's, like, some, like, inner workings where it only work with Lisa's character model right now. Because a lot of it's like, yeah, we gotta make sure it works on all of these different body types.
Damn you, 1.0 spaghetti code.
Well, that's not 1.0 spaghetti code. That's just, we gotta make sure it works with every body type.
Because... I blamed spaghetti code.
Okay. Alright, we're getting near to the end of Endwalker.
Yep.
And it turned black. Okay,
Oh.
Fuck.
Oh no.
There's gotta be a reason they told you not to skip the credits, right? They aren't just fucking with you, right?
Maybe they just meant at the beginning. Like, it's like, in case, because there are people that like, oh, hit credits. Yeah.
Cause like, it would be cool if there's like, something like, and you, and it has like a picture of me.
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, we can still, like, talk.
Yeah. Also, this expansion added Reaper and Sage, and Reaper has been an extremely good class. A lot of fun. Oh, we're getting near the end. Okay, never mind. We're good.
It has been trying not to spoil Endwalker for me, and it's a guy in a blanket, like over himself and his computer.
Fender?
Try not to blast each other with the laser, please. Remember to kill Alliance B. Help, even the FCs are full.
Special thanks to Nobuo Uematsu, of course. Yoshinori Kitase, Tetsuya Nomura. People from Sony Interactive Entertainment, because... Company Action Helping Hand 3 is now active. Fleet Footed 2 is now active. Honestly, I'm also very excited for the later content that they've talked about. Like the Island Sanctuary, where we can like just plant stuff and make our own home and all that stuff. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're actually doing it. It's gonna be cool. I'm gonna spend most of my time there now.
Alright, I kind of off the plot. Where are you spending most of your time?
Island Sanctuary. Like the little Animal Crossing Stardew Valley looking thing that they're doing for this.
We don't have that yet.
Not yet. That's why I said I can't wait for it.
Oh, okay.
And all Final Fantasy 14 players. That's us. That's us.
Hey.
Right there. Right there.
Hey.
When the game says,
great.
and you, the player. It's like that pointing meme. This is why they said don't skip it.
Oh.
I understand now.
Me? Cool.
You could have skipped, by the way. It would have put you on this part. Yeah, but it wouldn't have the music smoothly transition into it.
A Warrior of Light, Freya Frostfang.
Oh yeah, look at that art!
Cool.
Besides, we've had time to talk about stuff, Gandalf. And that's what
Dearest mother.
Oh.
Dearest father.
You just get
this
black.
letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However,
yeah, when Thancred had that
I have
useless
also
eye
known
patch.
many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be.
Oh. Scions of the Eighth Dawn.
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru, as do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Oh, jeez, okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's start from over here. There has been naught but chaos since Leforay first appeared. Towers, lunar primals, the Empire, the final days. Yet we have weathered it all, and lived to see the sun rise on a new day. And now that peace is returned, I can finally resume my travels with my grandfather. Perhaps we'll go to First Ikigane to relax in the bokais and hot springs. That might be nice. Of course, my journey might not simply be for pleasure. I'll collect information of the territories I travel. Perhaps I shall visit Naksha via Goma. You were but an amateur adventurer when we first met, but look at you now. You've grown into quite the fine young lass, just as I knew you would. Once I ought to settle down in my old age, but seeing you now has set my adventurous spirit ablaze once more. But the first journey I set out upon will be my long-awaited hot springs tour with my dear friend Omi.
Cutscenes.
Freya, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nothing less occasion for sorrow. Akin to Pixie's path, the navigation of such a farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Lockbrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet, ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Lockbrits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star. And 'tis Vanar's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible and inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance, I can call it friendship.
Where does truly first understand them?
I did not wish to presume. Dude, how dare you? I would be honored should they consider me a friend. For it is certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the silence of the seventh dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine action spurred the allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. But thus instead I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder, cross stormy seas, even shall I answer thy summons. Next is Alice.
Oh.
Freya, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you hadn't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the land surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen land beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlian too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. Science are long needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out when we can, of course. As individuals, know more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alfino. They're among the worst affected and still need all the help they can get.
Ah.
It won't be easy. Another part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it easier, though. That I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging with no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of our many moments of triumph in the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. I don't remember that. Oh, right, that one.
When she threw it in the tornado.
Yeah, right. I keep forgetting that. Yeah. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alice Leveilleur. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said... Oh my god, okay, fine, Minnie. Come on. In or out? What do you want? Out. Next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Just gonna give her a little... You know, just a little... Yeah, a little pet. There you go.
Yeah.
Feels a little strange now me Link Pro's gone quiet. Since my unique skills are no longer needed for the safety or the star and all that, I'm going to become an adventurer like you, traveling far and wide. I imagine I'll start by heading to Mericidia or the New World, just to find myself a ship first. Arnvold has pressing matters, according to him anyway. A pity he couldn't be here to witness this momentous occasion, though he bids me tell you congratulations. Can I go meet him? Can I go see him? As for me, once the signs disband, I intend to resume my work in Rhalgr's Reach. I suppose Arnvold would need support in Gerbania too, though he would not admit as much. Well, he'll have my help, whether he wants it or not. Alfino! Uh-oh, my dog be barking.
Oh no.
Oh, Freya, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as father's been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime, and forth I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alice and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsabard contingent still stationed there. Lucy and Maximin helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Lysenia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth of Lord Quintus's word. The truth that whatever ideals individually espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them begin anew. I'll visit when I can.
Yeah.
By all means. Full glad would I be for your visit, and I believe I speak for Alice as well. Fairly as long as I've been in Urza, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times we gathered to share tidings, none could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Freya, from the bottom of my heart. You get a pet too.
Fine.
What, you're patting people now?
Well, because you're doing it.
Oh, Freya, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? Yes. I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. I mean, it literally saved my life. When he came to me in Sharlayan, I was truly torn, as ever there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he could not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and he defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. It wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the form without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must, and will, do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Valdesian. Through our work, Sharlayan will strengthen its ties with the nations, that they may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully, I have the staunchest help in Raha and Ojika, and our other remaining members. Together, we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and you may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel allure for the task itself.
Yeah.
Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Hi, Tataru. Go on, Freya. Don't miss the chance to say a word to each of our friends. After all you've been through together, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Ergmus. I can still scarce believe our battle extended to the ends of creation, but seeing the Scion's mission to completion was both an honor and a privilege. As for myself, I have spent quite a while away from home, so I think I'll return to Minsa for now. Once I get there, my first order of business will be downing a pint or 3 at the Drowning Wench. Bloom Vida. The exploits of you and your companions are truly an inspiration to us all. I have never felt more compelled to hone my own skills, and that I one day might be able to accomplish such heroic deeds. Ergmus means to visit Litsalita, and I will join him and continue my search. I know not when we will meet again, but please take care of yourself. 'Tis a shame the Scions are disbanding. Even if only in name, I still fondly recall the day you granted me my uniform. The memory remains vivid, yet it feels like a lifetime ago. I considered returning to the Adder's Nest, but since I've come this far, I've decided outright to continue my journey and venture to Garlemald instead. I can't hold a candle to the infamous Wandering Mistral, but I thought I might share with the Guardians a tale of your epic deeds, extend to them an olive branch of song, if you will.
Nice.
Thancred? Ah, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. Ahem. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you, for that matter, on the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, it is hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Medion defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short. The source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, no hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. Oh?
Oh.
As for a lesser gift, however, next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urianji as aimless wandering. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There will never be an end to the little problems that go untended by nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I'm faring well, and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stone which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from the space, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged. But never did I expect to find one here for myself.
Aww.
Indulge me, Freya. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions?
Best decision I've ever made.
Best decision I've ever made? I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny talking fortune teller into the bargain. I wonder if there'll ever be a time skip.
That might be the next expansion.
Salvation Minfilia dream for yours that comes closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may still be in the throes of change, but it is improving. I see it happening day by day, and I sit here praying that whatever new road you walk will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need a rest in between your journeys, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake.
Aww.
Estinian's last turn. Considering the Lancer quest line.
Oh.
I'm so glad the danger is past. There was nothing I could do but pray from here, so I was late to the point of tears when everyone made it back safely. Imagine we'll have more free time now, so I was thinking I'd study up on healing magic, that I can make myself more useful in the future. My first stop will be the Astrologicum in Nishgard to learn about Charlian astrology. I must follow Oker's lead and continue to hone my skills. We have accomplished our goal and put it behind us, but my time with the Scions provided memories that will last me a lifetime. What bliss to think I was blessed with the chance to experience such unbridled brotherly love. Ah, but now that Oker has decided to set off without his dear brother, without the two of them together, I fear I might suffer withdrawal. I'm so glad I was able to be here this moment. You know, I considered continuing to follow in Hori's footsteps, but I realized it's time I found my own way in life. Otherwise, I'll never be half the man my brother is. First things first, I'm going to head to Gridania to visit the Conjurers Guild and the Archers Guild. I'll do my very best to brush up on my skills before I see you again. Y'shtola! Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey at any great length. Not that I'm averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you. Something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. Yes? During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Aetheris and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is, given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. Are you even able to write? Can you see what you're writing? Does writing have ether?
You might use Aether infused ink.
That might be a thing, I guess. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity. Yet the word on the page endures a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are a result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling upon the other, until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. You'll hold the memories in your hearts, but other people who want that same love for knowledge deserve to know as well. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea, and the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be a less polished work and more reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. After own vices, do you tend to overthink such things? I'll otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different from most. Far too much blood has been spilt, and far too many lives lost. Still, I am glad I was able to do something to repay those who showed me a path to the future. Not that our job is over, of course, far from it. There is much that remains to be done before true and lasting peace can be achieved. To that end, Hori and I mean to set off for Corvos. We expect that the tensions between the Guardians and Corvosi will only flare more with the Empire's fall. You remember like way early on when we had the Domans as like a guest in Mordona?
Yeah.
When they challenged us to a fight?
Yes.
We beat their ass in front of a bunch of children. Ha, good times. I still remember the day we sparred together yesterday. To think how far we have all come since then. Even now I have not abandoned my dream of besting you in a single combat, of a friendly nature, of course. Though I clearly do not hold a candle to the Warrior of Light at present, I shall continue to train diligently that one day you might consider me an equal. Grahatia. There you are, my little cat boy. Oh, Freya, might you have a moment to talk? With the Scions stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Krau, I've decided I'll be assisting her in rebuilding the Susan's Baldesian. Not only am I indebted to Master Galuf for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would never have set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would never have met you, never become a caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Yeah, that promise I made you. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? While it is true that to earn a place at your side would be stuffed with dreams, in the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor, there needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought.
As long as you don't overexert yourself.
Ha, I'll hold you on to that. As much as have already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't impossible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner, find a new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. Coming for you, Estinian! Coming for you! If you have something to say, then out with it. Just worried how you'll earn your keep now. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep.
I'll make him keep now.
No, him. You talk as if Scion's dissolution was more than mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Aymeric hear about our disbandment that he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium District. As a former Azure Dragoon, I am guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have! Some days ago, a Harnish envoy arrived with word from Vritra. The woman requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnair, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the Found Days abated when you defeated Meteon. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. For those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vritra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish to work and study. Vritra was always the satrap in truth. It's ratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was an indication. Humph. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but it's clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitrin's kin sought release from conflict, so wary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgardsummer didn't give up. In hope he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance, I feel the weight of their struggle and the weight and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn corn. And that's everyone. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. Leave the Rising Stones. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as a receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. Wind up, Herois!
Yep. False.
And we get the dog! Oh god, we're going on 14 hours.
Yep. More freelance.
Hey, I can take it. I'm just worried about you.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania, there is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who would be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
Sub it.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Congratulations.
Oh. I'm gonna follow that blue bird. I'm gonna hug her.
After that bird.
Get that bird! Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end.
Finn.
Ah! What?
Still more?
What is this? Is this Elpis?
Elpis.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze
Elidibus!
An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal.
Oh god, he's handsome.
And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night.
The beast!
The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium.
Pandemonium!
Oh,
the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
well, we have our 3.0 villain.
You have completed the main scenario quest. You know that's the day. Sorry, yeah. Rest well, Champion Aetherus. For many and more adventures await you.
Oh God.
Well, obviously we have a bunch of other stuff to do. I got a bunch of classes to level. I got a bunch of role quests to do. Gotta help you guys with your side stuffs.
Yep.
And then we got the Pandemonium raids.
What instance are you in, Free?
Huh?
Instance are you in?
Instance. One.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right there. Ah.
Well, do you know who this hero is?
Harris? I'm pretty sure it's Fanon.
It is. That was the tooltip.
Oh. Oh.
Where is she? There she is. There once was a woman who selflessly served her fellow man as Azim. Even after stepping down, she continued on this mission and went on to become the divinity that helped Mandor. This mammoth was made in her honor. Aww. Dog.
Wow, there's just not that many people out here. I guess that kind of makes sense, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
there's about 18 people on based on the instancing.
Yeah. Make sure not to have that out when we're around
yeah,
the boys. Alright then, we should probably...
Dick Romancer. Stop? Yes, probably.
Alright. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, maybe?
Yeah.
Alright then.
Alright.
Good night, Sarge.
Hi, Chad. Bye, Free.
Bye. And as for you guys, thank you. We have caught up. We have finished Endwalker. We have finally gotten to the end of something. And now we just need to wait for more. It's been a fantastic time, and I can't wait to keep doing more. Well, tomorrow, which tomorrow is when I wake up. It's not. I know it's already 12. Shut up. We'll probably just relax a bit, do some side quests, level up. We're not gonna stress ourselves out all that much. We're just gonna relax and enjoy stuff. Just a good time to talk and stuff. So yeah. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time.